Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. I hope everybody is doing well today. Today, we are going to play Pikmin 3 Deluxe. This is the first time I've ever played, or really ever seen, a Pikmin game. So I can't imagine how much fun this is going to be. Alright, Pikmin. My first ever Pikmin game. The band name did not match up with the Dwarven metal sound for sure. Right, I've got no idea what to expect here. Yo Gecko, thank you so much for the 100. Kicking it off here.
It's Friday. Wow, wow, wow.
Wow. I'm assuming story is what I want. Bingo battle side story. It says recommended, so I'm assuming story is what I want. One player. Wow. What's up, Retro? Hope you're doing well. Is this a world record attempt? I heard this guy drops 18 X-axes. That's the guy. I guess normal. I literally have no idea what I'm doing, so I guess I'll go with normal. I guess it's baby mode.
20XX.
Ooh.
At the far reaches of space lies a planet on the brink of ruin. The planet's name? Kopai. Due to a booming population, booming appetites, and a basic lack of planning, Kopai's inhabitants have all but exhausted their food supply. Their only hope is to find another planet with edible matter. Accordingly, they send unmanned scout vessels called Sparrows out into space.
You guys hear this okay?
Dismay, the search is proving fruitless. Just as they're about to give up, the final vessel reports back with news of a miraculous discovery. They mobilize to investigate the planet, which they name PNF 404. Kopai's last hope rests on 3 intrepid explorers. At last, the explorers' 279,000 light-year voyage nears its end. But as they initiate the landing sequence, something goes horribly wrong.
How's that? I bumped it up a bit. Does sound like a pretty quiet game. Maybe it's just the narration. Pikmin 3 Deluxe. Exploration Day 1, 8:44 a.m. Charlie's crash site. Thank you, Retro. I appreciate that. Oh, is this... Ugh, what happened? The bleeps sound good? The bleeps? The creeps? Sweeps? If it needs to be higher, let me know. Hang on, I'll get to chat in a moment. I just don't know what's happening. Where am I? The last thing I remember was... Oh, of course. This must be the PNF 404. File not found 404. Okay, I can now progress it at my own rate here. I accidentally tricked our system's admin into removing updates from the imaging process, which is going to save us nearly 80 man-hours in 3 next month. 80 man-hours in the next 3 months. I mean, that's good. GG's, Elf. I'm hanging in there. How are you doing? Yeah, let me know. Let me know if I need to bump it up more or not. And thank you, Retro. I appreciate that, man. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, in the next month. Gotcha. Nice. Hope you're doing good, Retro. I watched Sunny last night. Charlie to ship, Charlie to ship. Do you copy? This is your captain. I repeat, do you copy? Hello? Anyone? There's no response. Where's my ship? My crew! Yeah, as long as you guys can hear, like, the music and everything, I think that's... It was just that narration in the beginning, I think. I managed to escape unscathed, but what about the rest of my crew? They could be anywhere on PNF 404. I've got to find Alf and Brittany. I only hope they survived. Move with Al. Great. You're doing very tired. Hope you can rest up soon, Health. Over the weekend. You can hear the music and sounds and stuff. Okay, thank you, Gecko. If you get stuck in story mode, press up to view a strategy hint. Excuse me. You can hide them by going to more in other settings. Okay, I guess we'll leave them since I have no idea what I'm doing. Press plus to open options and basic information. Other settings and controls you're liking. Okay, brilliant. I need a hint. I like this snowy area I'm in. PNF 404 is a really bad joke. Doing a heckin' tired. Huh? What in the... These are Pikmin, right? Those are Pikmin. You had a storm at 4:30? We didn't get anything here. There are more of them. There's a whole like group of them. Did I like the bowling episode? I thought it was really funny. I enjoyed it. How about you? I seem to have wandered into a strange neighborhood. Why are they coming closer? Whistle? My whistle will scare them off. What is... Why am I like... What? I'm surrounded. Throw? Maybe I should throw them. Yeet. Go away from me. Wait, what are they... What are they doing? You loved it? I thought it was really good. I found it very funny. I like the format of the episode as well. They don't appear hostile, so let me get this straight. I can round up these creatures by pointing at them and pressing B, and I can throw them with A. Press B to blow the whistle and call Pikmin over. Hold B longer to increase the whistle's range. Take aim with L and press A to throw. Okay. Maybe these fellas can be of some use. Okay. Whee! Oh, brilliant. I can... Okay. Pulled off a really good... They pulled off a really good one. Anything McPoys was always good. Yeah, I kind of wish they had a bit of a bigger part, but it was still very funny. Oh, where'd you go? Come on. Come with... I should look around for my crew. Oh. Hard to check my surroundings, and ZL will let me see what's in front of me. Oh. What's this? This is too hard to break. Better look for another route. I don't like the controls. Can I reverse the controls? You need to fuse a ruby to your stick to melt the ice. Is that what this means? Reverse. Okay, yeah, that's better. Be in and out. Also, I've never picked them in, so I can't help. No worries. We will try our best. What enormous mushrooms. Go get them, boys. Am I winning? Is this Pikmin? Am I picking? Have you guys played Pikmin before? These guys sure are dedicated. That's all that's in there. What is this? What are those? They look dangerous. So should I throw Pikmin at them? Wow, that's bright. The light is chasing away those creatures, I think is what he said. Oh. See? I've played this one for a tiny bit, but not much. And no other Pikmin games. I want to play 4 though. We'll see how I feel about this one, and maybe we'll do 4. I probably won't do 1 or 2. On stream at least. Expiration day 1, 846, Alf's crash site. Downloaded the demo for 4, but I haven't fired it up yet. If the volume still needs to be adjusted, you can let me know. It's not a big deal. You can always bump it up more. It's a miracle. I'm alive and somehow unharmed. That's what I say every morning when I wake up. Just as the SS Drake was about to land, we lost control and had to make an emergency escape. During the chaos, I was separated from my other 2 team members as well as the ship itself. As the ship's engineer, it's up to me, Alf, to find both the SS Drake and my crew members. Is it? So I guess everybody's looking for everybody here. Red guy is scared of me. What was that? Yo, what's up, Vincent? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for donating Pikmin to the stream. We're gonna try it out and see what this game's all about. Because I've never played Pikmin before. But super appreciated, man. Hope you're doing good today. Good luck with your meeting, Retro. Hope it goes well. It appears that the specimen I just spotted has company. So fun. How many Pikmin games have you played, Vincent? Have you like played all of them, or is just this one? What's your experience? And what's that stuck in the branch? I don't know. You played all of them? Yeah, what's up, Ara? Thanks for the good luck. Hope you're doing well. Is there anything I can do? Is that red thing a fruit? Walk onto the red fruit was that R. Nice. Uh-oh, is it a bomb? What is happening? I was hoping that it was fruit, but it doesn't appear to be edible at all. It looks more like a spaceship. Nevertheless, the red fellows seemed quite pleased now that it's freed. Oh, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be looking for these 2 missing... face forward with set L, look around with R. Fine. Yo, what's up, Panny? Hope you're doing well. I've never seen this Pikmin version of Zelda. The Picori version of Zelda. Next week. What's this pile of rubble? My cop pad. Thank goodness I found it. I can use it to locate the SS Drake. Drake's in the chat. Cannot get over there. Okay. Oh, there's like a little guy in there as well. I'm with. There we go. Yo, Panny, thank you for lighting up the stream. Only 32 minutes into the stream. Shame. Shameful. Panny gets a gold star. Oh, they're going to build the bridge? Is that what's going on? I saved it for the latecomers. Oh, they'll just... Will you keep doing it? You... Okay. Yeet. They're cute. Oh, they're doing it on their own now. They understand. Okay. This is not a yeetless run, that's right. This bridge is almost built. This is cute. Nice. These little Pikmin guys. Yahoo! I got my John. Great, it still works. Of course, I'd expect nothing less from Copaite? Copite Engineering? I don't know how that's meant to be pronounced. I'll check my surroundings by scrolling through the Copaite. Through the cop pad screen. Use L to check your surroundings. Is that all? Wonderful. The bridge is complete. Yeah, I know. I'm already across. Aha! The SS Drake isn't that far from here. It's not? It looks a little far. Maybe the other 2 crew members are there as well. I'd best head in that direction. Right. Now we can start exploring with the help of the cop pad. Use the radar to check the map and the camera to take photos. Using the camera, activate the camera by minus. Snap a photo. Where's my guys? Come here. Don't forget to get them. I got them. Yo, what's up, Caddy? Hope you're doing well. Major Lurk, thanks for the good luck. How's there not a global cool S emote on any of these emote services? A global one? I thought... Oh shoot, I guess it's not global, you're right. I have seen it. So what are these? ZR. Bro. What did I do? What is he doing? Where are you going? What's up? Where are you guys going? That red thing food? Oh, they're fixing their spaceship or something. That thing is popping out some sort of sprouts. Are they baby Pikmin? Can't see what happened. Are these things dangerous? Little beetle, potato bug things. Why can't I do anything? Thank you. Am I gonna get hurt? Are they gonna get hurt? I swear I've seen a purple one before. Thought it was Twitch Global. I don't remember a purple one. Pick babies. Aw. Pluck. Ah, red Pikmin. Ah, I see. So this is how these little creatures propagate. How incredibly fascinating. Press A to pluck nearby Pikmin sprouts. Press B to cancel. Why would I want to cancel? All of the above. If you're not careful, everybody can get hurt. Excuse me. So I've got 5. And there was a thing with 5, so... So what do I do about these little... potato bugs? Wow, this one is huge. I can just mash them. Go away. Get out of here. Dead. Punch a wild creature into submission. I did it. I don't know how else to battle them, to be quite honest. I did it. I destroyed them, I guess. Alright, let's see what's going on back here. So is there any benefit to not plucking them? Like, why would you want to cancel your pluck? Now I've got a lot. Seems like a good thing. Oh, there's not? Well, that's strange. I wonder why you would want to cancel. What is this enormous thing? The Drake must be somewhere on the other side of it. Oh, I need 20? But I've only got 17. Oh, use a hint. Get more red Pikmin by harvesting pellets and creatures. I can harvest creatures? Oh. Come here. So... Oh, okay. Thanks, Vincent. Cool. Alright. Here we go. Welcome back, Mostly Retro. Yo, what's up, Fig? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the good luck, hack fun. Hope you've been doing well. Ooh, I got a jiggy. What's that? Uh-huh. It looks like someone's left a data file here. Perhaps the cop pad will be able to read it. Oh. The onion is like a nest for the Pikmin. It gives both birth to them and provides them with shelter. Okay. Excellent. The cop pad can read the data file, so these creatures are called Pikmin. This information might come in handy later on. I'll save it into the cop pad's exploration nodes. Installing. Doing alright? Hopefully you're doing well also. I'm hanging in there, Fig. Thank you for asking. What's up, Binky? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing good today. I don't think Captain Charlie wrote this data file, so who did? Could there be other intelligent life forms on this planet? You mean like the ones that you have just watched, like, build a spaceship and harvest enemies for life? Yeah, maybe there's some intelligent life on this planet. Camera. Could I, like... I don't know what's important, like what I'm meant to be taking photos of. You know? Use the camera to take a photo. They found a Switch cartridge. Pikmin behavior. Okay, and the world map. All right, I guess let's keep going. I don't know what is important to take photos of, what isn't. According to the radar, the Drake should be through here. Are these anything, or are they just... Another thing. Change the radar's orientation in other settings in the options menu. Change the radar's orientation? Why would I want to do that? Oh, I see. Fix north. I see. No, that's fine. Yo, welcome in, Epic Red Hot. Catching a blind Pikmin 3 playthrough from the start. Yeah, man, we just begun. Hope you're doing well. I've never played a Pikmin game in my life and barely really ever seen anything Pikmin. The only Pikmin I'm aware of is from, like, the Smash Brothers series, so I really don't know anything. Sandcastle? Who built this wall here? More signs of intelligent life? Now would be a good time to press X to perform a charge attack? Okay. Charge! Go, little guys. Machine gun picks. I haven't beaten 1 or 2 yet, but from what I've played of those two, I'd say 3 is the best one for beginner. That's what everybody's told me, yeah, so that's exactly why we started with this, because I've been told that 1 and 2 are a little bit difficult, and I have no experience with this, so I hope Drake is okay. Drake! So yeah, we're starting off with Pikmin 3. Maybe one day we'll do Pikmin 4. There it is, the SS Drake! Drake's in the chat. The cop pad isn't picking up any signs of life in the immediate area. What am I supposed to do now? What about Pikmin from Nintendo Land? What's Nintendo Land? Incoming transmission. Who could it be? Alf, it's me, Brittany. You copy? Good, Brittany. Thank goodness. You're with the SS Drake, right? I made it through the landing in one piece. The thing is, I'm trapped somewhere. And I'm And she's dead. She died. The end. Game over. Oh no, we've got cut off. I wonder how far away Brittany is. But at the very least, I'm thankful that she appears to be safe and sound, and also starving. What's that strange sound? The sun is setting, which could mean that nocturnal predators are starting to wake up. I should probably get off the planet's surface for now. Nintendo Land was basically the Wii U's version of Wii Sports, a tech demo game for the console, except instead of each mini-game being based off of sports, they were based off different Nintendo franchises. Oh. No, I'm completely unfamiliar with that. I'm a dummy. Dude, I don't know anything about video games. I don't know how I'm a streamer. Alright, bye. So I'm just leaving my buddy stranded on the planet there. Most of the supplies we brought with us from Kopai were destroyed in the crash landing. So we now only have 3 days worth of edible provisions left. And I'm gonna drink one of them. Starting tomorrow, I'll have to find some local food. Nintendo Land was actually quite fun. It had some solid little mini games. I gotta check that out. New Horizons, I've played that game. Review the replay with the replay to fine-tune your strategy? What does that mean? What does this mean? Replay. Oh, it's just like what I've done? Okay. This game is... Oh, these games are just fantastic. 3 is by far the easiest. 1 or 2 are definitely worth a playthrough. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. I don't know if this is going to take me multiple streams or what. I'm assuming it probably will. What does strawberry mean? Oh, these are my badges. Okay. We are shipwrecked on this planet. Some creatures called Pikmin helped me find the SS Drake, but our cosmic drive key is nowhere to be found. We won't be going anywhere without that. Luckily, I made contact with Brittany, and we'll set out to find her tomorrow. When I took off in the ship, the Onion took flight as well. Odd, but amazing. Ow. Yeah, I would assume it would take me probably more than one stream to go through this. Exploration Day 2. Searching for signals. Garden of Hope. I've tracked down Brittany's signal. Right now, finding her is my highest priority. However, I'm also very concerned that our cosmic drive key is now missing. If I don't find that, the Drake won't be able to fly fast enough to get us back to Kopai. That would be very, very bad. To earlier day? Talk Land? Garden of Hope. Tropical Wild. Oh, that's where I began. Okay. Talk. What do you mean, talk? Just 3 days worth of food left on the ship now at most. Time is running out. We must find Brittany soon. Okay. I guess let's go here. Drake! The Drake! The perfect name for a meat stream. Juice left 2. Where's Brittany? The homies are following me around. They want to help. Brittany should be around here. Something is flashing on my map. Maybe it's her. I'm running out of sustenance, so I hope to find her before it's too late. Hello? What is that? It looks like the onion has followed me here. So where are the Pikmin? With Pikmin 3 Deluxe modding picking up, I'm surprised I haven't seen a model edit to replace the ship with a model of Drake's head. That would be excellent. Oh. I guess I'll take, I don't know, 5 with me right now? I don't know. I don't know what's... Oh, that's right. The data file I found explained all this. The onion is the Pikmin's nest. And then we can take out or return Pikmin. I'm going to install an application on the cop pad that lets me check the Pikmin status remotely. Oh, what's that froggy thing? I've seen that in the Smash Bros. Games. But what app is that? Oh, total creatures analyzed. How have I analyzed that? By destroying it? It takes no time at all for them to emerge from their hiding place. Won't do much once they surface. You have to give them credit for being efficient borers. Okay. Interesting. Oh, this is cute. Oh, by taking it to the nest. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, each one of those is worth 2? 2 Pikmin? Alright, so that's an enemy, I guess. Aim for its back and for victory. Dwarf Bulborb. Did I win? Now can they take them back to the... Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's some things to do here. Why don't I just take out, like, what... Why wouldn't I want to take out more Pikmin? Like, what's wrong about taking out a bunch of them? You know what I mean? Yeah, I know nothing's stopping me, but is there a reason I wouldn't want to do that? Later, yes, now, no. Okay. Press and release X to charge Pikmin currently with the select. Okay. I think we kind of already knew that. Those guys are just destroying everything. What is this? Why is it, like, invisible? You need to throw a specific type of Pikmin to break this wall. How do you know that? Right, I've got a ton now. Yo, what's up, Nummies? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. As Pikmin develop, they get faster. They grow from leaf to bud to flower. Oh, neato. Uh-oh, what's happening? Just more of them to keep track of. Gotcha. A flower bloomed on that Pikmin's head. It's amazing how many plant-like qualities they possess. I wonder if they develop any new skills with that flower. I'll have to keep a close eye on them. When Pikmin consume nectar, they blossom into flower Pikmin. Oh, do they really? How many can have one thing of nectar? Got a bunch of flower Pikmin now. This is interesting. Thank you for the lurk, nummies, the water break, and the big stretch. Doing well. About to do a meeting. Good luck with the meeting. Hope it goes well. Cool. New bridge. Let's go. Where are my Pikmin going? Come back. Come with me. If you want to survive. I don't Oh, that's the day cycle up at the top there, I think. It's telling me how much, like, daylight I've got. I can't do anything with that. I suppose we just go across the bridge. Oh boy. Oh, there's a big guy. Shh, it's asleep. I think we can sneak up on it. And it's gone. Attack from behind to gain the advantage. Oops. Too bad. Is that 10? 10. When the going gets tough, retreat to a hiding place and wait for an opportunity. Alright. Just case review, not a session. Okay. Hope it goes well. Good luck with the case review. Thank you for the stretch and the water break as well. Yo, what's up, Turtle? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. I'm hanging in there, buddy. How about yourself? Thank you for asking. Playing my first ever Pikmin. I've never played Pikmin. I don't know anything about it. I've never watched anybody play Pikmin before. So, completely blind here. I'm so glad that Nectar was changed for 3 in the first 2 games. You had to make sure as many Pikmin were on the Nectar as possible. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. Alright, let's destroy this, I guess. Have you ever played a Pikmin game, Turtle? Are you familiar? Oh, you really like Pikmin 1 but couldn't get into Pikmin 2? I've heard that Pikmin 1 is pretty tough. So I was told to start with 3 because of the sort of, you know, being beginner-friendly to the series. So everybody recommended that I start with 3. So perhaps we'll get into, you know, some of the other ones. I enjoy doing this, but we'll see. Now I've got a lot of Pikmin. I don't know what to expect, you know? $47. Is that a lot? I feel like that's kind of a lot. Does he mention anything about this if I come over here? Some high voltage there. I agree. Expect lots of Pikmin. 1 is a bit rough around the edges and has a strict 30-day time limit, while 2 has no real time limit. Is more polished, but has some real nonsense it throws at you the further you get into the game. Oh no, it's Brittany. She's just lying there. I hope it's not too late. Hope I'm not too late. I didn't read any of that correctly, but it's the gist of it. Pick up, Brittany, pick up. Please still be alive. That's what my mom says when she calls me. Alf, sorry about that. I was just taking a little nap. So you're close by? Why wasn't I moving, you ask? Well, you know me. I'm a pretty sound sleeper, even with all these creatures creeping around. But never mind that. Listen, I discovered what looks like a piece of fruit. It's over there. I'm kind of stuck here for the time being. Could you go and check it out for me? Okay, I will do my best. I like 1 because it has a goal. It's rough to do the first time around, though. Interesting. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how all this goes. Wow, it's even bigger than I thought it would be. Pikmin 2 seemed aimless to me. Okay, so less of like a you know, less of a sort of, like you said, a goal to take care of. If this giant thing really is fruit, then we've hit the jackpot. I'd like to analyze it at the Drake, but how can I get it there? Every time Drake comes up, I'm going to say it that way. You only need 3 of those guys? What about this? Red Pikmin number 2. Red Pikmin are good fighters. Okay. What about the rest of them? Ooh, lock on. I like that. Did I hear Drake in the chat? Yeah, so I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about any other Pikmin games, so I'm obviously lock on is new to this. What's this thing? Uh-oh. To defeat the flying creatures, use A to throw Pikmin at them. Did I win? Oh no, what are these? What are these? Rock Pikmin. Aww. Look at them. Are these creatures Pikmin 2? No, it's Pikmin 3. Deluxe. They're giving me a funny look. They're so cute. Where are they going? Do they want to break it? Yes. They seem to be Pikmin as well. So maybe I can gather them by blowing the whistle. I'm sure is what he was going to say there. And they pack a punch. There! That should do the trick. Oh, they've got their own little, onion. A winner is you. Oh, lock-on was added in DX. Oh, okay. I don't know why I said DX and not Deluxe. The original Wii U version technically had it, but it worked completely differently and made the camera face, directly at what you were targeting. Gotcha. So their onion was trapped inside that crystal. Since I have 2 types of Pikmin now, I can select ones I want to use with L and R. Oh. Select the Pikmin or person you want to throw. You can throw people? Pog! And when I want to split them up by type, I use Y to dismiss the squad. Dismiss your squad with Y, and those Pikmin will sort themselves into different color groups. Oh. How oh gosh! Hi. Analyzing. Oh, the Drake is sending us a message. There's so much going on. Analyzing recovery. Rotate. I'm trying. Analyzing. Sunseed berry. Ah. I made food. Large quantities of Pikmin? Oh, like vitamin? Okay, Pikmin U detected. Okay. Great. This is a seed-bearing fruit, making cultivation on Kopai possible. Juice from this fruit is safe for consumption by crew members. Pog. I can eat. I'll add a fruit file to the top pad where we can store the results of our analysis. Deluxe added a bunch of little improvements to the controls. Oh, that's nice. People yeets. Corpses jump scare. But since I don't know much about the plants, I'll ask Brittany to write the reports. She is the botanist after all. It's the fruit. I'm gonna get good mileage out of the Drake emote today. A decade later and the fruit models still look good. It does. Everything looks good in this game so far. I'm really liking the art style and everything. So... Oh, I see. Oh, okay, so that's what it means. So I can take those guys. Come on. What are you waiting for? And then they can bring it to their onion. Yesterday's foe is today's food. Wow, nature's unforgiving. Rock Pikmin are very hard, like rocks. Great. Alright, let's get some more rock Pikmin. So now I can break crystals and stuff. Damn, nature, you scary. Oh, no, I want to switch. I want to throw the rock Pikmin. Everybody come with me, except for one of you go get that. I'm learning. New sprouts will be the same color as the Pikmin that retrieved the pellet or creature. Okay. So, okay. Got it. Understood. Alright, everybody come with me. There's like one trailing behind. Whatever color you carry is the color you get. Yeah. So it's not necessarily based on what you grab. It's based on the Pikmin that you send out to go get it. Okay. I'm understanding. You know? I just want the ones without flowers to get flowers. I don't know if there's a more efficient way to do that or not. Reminds me a little bit of the Japanese game my wife plays. I got a rock. I genuinely don't know if there's like a more efficient way to get the ones that you need to get the nectar. I can't break through this wall. It might prioritize leaves if you lock on. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's a good tip. We'll try that. Woo, I can't tell you how happy I am to get out of this place. I'm sick of sleeping outside, and I'm super hungry. What's with your entourage there? What's that you say? They're called Pikmin. They're cute. But we don't have any time for cuteness right now. Look over there, Alfie. Oh, a lemon. Lemonade. Let's work together and nab that huge piece of fruit. Throw me. Okay. There you go. Let's throw some Pikmin. But you don't even know what they do yet. Here, I'll take it from here. Press Y and select me if you'd be so kind. Switching leaders, okay. Split into 2 squads to manage your workload more effectively. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get overwhelmed. I don't want your lemons. Atelier Riza. I can't read. I think there's a few titles she was playing around then that were imports. Yay! On the Coppad's radar, align with your destination and select Go Here with A to start moving. How strange to find such a data file. Come to think of it, the radar did have a Go Here feature. We should try it out soon. It seems like it'd be helpful if we decide to split into multiple squads. Yeah, I'm already overwhelmed by this. Pellets retrieved by Pikmin of the same color produce more sprouts. Oh. Cool, okay. So wait, what am I meant to do? I can make... her go to the ship, and then I can be Alfie. And... destroy things. Break a crystal nodule for a chance to attack. Okay. Here, go over there. Go over there. Why are they having such trouble? Oh wait, it's red? I thought it was black. So confused. Yo, what's up, Mega? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well today. Pretty good. Glad to hear. Sometimes Pikmin just won't latch on to a pellet after you knock it loose because they fall far enough away. Even with 9 years between the first game and 3, they still haven't quite perfected Pikmin. Gotcha. It is very interesting though. Oh, did they get stuck? Alright, I got another bridge down. Boy, there's a lot to think about. I know I've got our... Oh, look! I was like, oh, it's perfect. Fruit recovered! The radar's picking up something. Time freezes whenever you have the map open. Yeah, it seemed to. There's a signal coming from here. He must be the captain. Okay. Let's go there right away. Red Pikmin are resistant to fire. That's good to know. Rock Pikmin aren't crushed when trampled on. Oh no! No! Oh no, water is lethal to Pikmin. I need to blow the whistle of B to call the Pikmin back to land. Oh my gosh. Help panicking Pikmin by using your whistle. That's so scary and sad. Come back. Yellow Wollywog. It can't jump when it's weighed down with Pikmin. You can plan on what to do with the map without worrying about time passing. These frog enemies aren't too bad here, but they were a nightmare in the first 2 games. What's going on here? Oh, okay. That was an enemy? There's a lot going on. The sun will be setting soon. Any stray Pikmin will undoubtedly face attacks from nocturnal predators. Stray Pikmin? But the Pikmin that are close to the onion should be able to make it back on their own. Make sure Pikmin are in your squad or close to the onion when the sun sets. All others will perish. Better call back the Pikmin who aren't in my squad before it's too late. It could be tiring to walk around everywhere to collect Pikmin. So I'll make sure that when you press the A near the SS Drake, the whistle will sound. I'll call all Pikmin back to the onion. Okay. There's so much... Yeah. There's so much to keep track of. What about what about... Yeah, what about the rock Pikmin? Like, what about their onion? So I've got everybody here. I have more than 8. Oh, there they come. How do you know if you've got... I'm so confused. How do you know if you've got them all? $74 of 94? Where do you see that number? $80 of 94? So where are the rest of them? They're all okay? What? Where are the rest of them? I'm so confused by this game. No, everybody come here. The rest are planted over at the Rock Onion. Oh. Wait, what? No. Can I send her? I don't know what's going on yet. I can see Pikmin locations on the map. How do I view the map? How do I know? What is this? What are these? I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know what the green things are. I don't see any Pikmin. I'm good to let the day end. What are the green things? It doesn't, like, tell me what that is. left. Pulsating dots are enemies, and tiny red black dots are red and rock Pikmin respectively. That noise is so annoying. No report filed? Didn't I get a lemon at one point? What happened to that? I must have made lemonade. Oh, reports file at the end of the day. Oh, wait, what do I do? Do I do anything? I'm so confused. I'm very overwhelmed by this. Let the day end. I will get my fruit at the end of the day. Okay. What a confusing game. Okay, so they all go into their home. And we go into our ship. And they can't hurt us. Except for the captain, who is on his own. Very interesting. The two of them merged into one. I'll have to make a note of the fascinating behavior. Different colored onions can fuse into a single onion. What a confusing game. Summarizes very well my short experience with the first game. Let's analyze the other fruit too. Base Wrinkler? Lemonade. I get two face wrinklers. Oh, strawberry lemonade, nice. Yum! I'll ration out the juice. No extra gulps for anyone. Good to build our juice supply like this. We should be alright for a little while. 64! I want to be there. Juicing animation is so satisfying. Today, 0. Sunset, 0. Total, 0. I don't know what that means. Okay. Great? I don't know. I don't know what any of this is. Back on board, we ran an analysis of the fruit we retrieved and found that it is suitable for copite consumption. It looks like there is plenty more where that came from. Reuniting with Brittany, finding this fruit, still early, but things seem to be taking a turn for the better. Ow. Great. Oh, that's how many died, but the zeros look like the death numbers. Got it. How many lost? Understood. Today was a Pikmin that died throughout the sunset. Oh, throughout the day. The sunset is a Pikmin you don't have safe at the end of the day. Oh no. Poor unsafe Pikmin. Expiration day 3. because any Pikmin that aren't accounted for at the end of the day will perish. No! We finally discovered edible matter. After close analysis, my conclusion is that the fruit juice is delicious. Never tasted anything like that on Kapai. Kapai. I don't know how it's pronounced. We need to continue our search. If there is more to be had, we should have it. Right, let's focus all of our energy on finding more fruit and absolutely nothing else. Didn't you want to go find your captain? Remember how you have a captain that's out there? That you were like, let's go find him? Maybe do that. Maybe do that too. We still need the cosmic drive key. We can't go home without that. I think you're missing a member of your crew, too. Let's focus all our energy on retrieving fruit and the key and absolutely nothing else. The captain. We still need to find the captain as well. Right. So I'll just get the food, the key, and the captain. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? What's that signal coming from over there? I sincerely hope it's the captain. Let's hurry over there and find out. Good idea. He might be hogging all the fruit for himself. He might be dead. How do you know? Where does it want me to go? Still the Garden of Hope? Is that where it wants me to go? Bump that cat. Nino Kuni? I don't know games. The captain's signal. Okay, Garden of Hope is where I'm supposed to go. Good. As you unlock things, you can go back to the previous areas for fruits and such. Nino Kuni feels similar to this. Alright, so... I've already forgotten the controls. Wait, how do I turn into her? I don't remember the controls. Oh, why? Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be hitting the wrong things constantly. Why does that... Is that changing colors? It is changing colors. Oh, so I've gotten these Pikmin. Okay. I thought I saw fruit on the map before, but now I don't see any. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I got all of it already? I thought there was more. Okay, so now what do we do? No, you're taking the wrong... Oh, whatever. You can always rewind to a previous day if you need to. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do. I want to kill this guy. No! What do you mean? What's wrong with the Pikmin? They're panicking. Maybe whistling at them with feet will help calm them down. Maybe, or maybe they're on fire. There's so much going on in this game. What if we redeem no reset run? Fire exclamation mark. Fire exclamation mark. There are materials for constructing a bridge on the opposite shore. If I work together with Brittany, I think we can get that bridge built. Ask Brittany to join the squad. Move the cursor over here. Call her by pressing B. Move the cursor to your target. Press that R to lock on through non-stop by pressing... Oh, and holding A. Okay. Okay, so... Brittany... goes there, and then... he gets some Pikmin... and then what? And then... and then the bridge gets built, and... I have no Pikmin. I can see ones with leaves, and they don't get thrown. I don't know how you, like, prioritize them. Kinda lame. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't make it that way, you know? Oh, I guess I don't need to do that right now. Signal seems like it's coming from over there. Okay. This is certainly something. Yeah, just throw the ones with the leaves. Like, I don't I don't know why you need to throw all of them. You know? I will say this, there's a lot of nectar because Pikmin are meant to die. Okay. What do we got here? These are, you said all the green is enemies? These flashing thing is enemies? Looks like there's something over there. So you go that way. Take some Pikmin with you. And take these guys with you. And go over here. Actually, go here first. Huh? What's the data file doing all the way out here? Oh gosh. Excuse me. My search for treasure continues with no luck, but I can't fly back home to Hocotate without procuring a few priceless artifacts. I'm sensing something valuable up ahead, but I'm also sensing danger. So if someone finds this data file, please send word to my son that I didn't make it. Captain Olimar. Captain Olimar? I can't say I've heard of him. But he's from Hocotate, hey? That's not far from Kopai. Strange planet. I've heard that the Hocatations will do anything to get their hands on treasure. They eat vegetables too. How bizarre. Poor fellow sounds like he ran into trouble up ahead. I've arrived. Okay, great. Oh boy, time management. 10 and 10. That's okay. And then let's take you and you can go this way. I wonder what that. What did he say? I wonder what the hollowed out something is? I don't know. I'm here now, what? Relax. I'm trying to get my wits about me. This is tough. Why does the orientation of the map constantly change? That's throwing me off. Calm down, Brittany. Yeah, you go take care of that. Go take care of that. Oh, I can't do anything over here? It looks like there's a big... I can't see anything! Okay, so there's something like in the water, so I guess I can't go there yet. Oh, there's pieces in the water, I see. Change it to always north. Oh, the radar. Radar orientation. Mini radar, I don't care. Mini radar is fine. I didn't realize the... Okay, this is... So this is how it will always look. Can't use that by myself. Huh? think I'm probably not supposed to be here yet. This is pretty neat character conflict. Map's not facing north. Map's not facing north being crazy is a hill I'll die on. I don't mind the mini radar turning around. That doesn't bother me. But the actual map, that bothers me. I don't know what to do, man. City of Winnipeg has a bad habit of doing maps where up is east or west or south. What? Winnipeg's not real. Alright, so there's a bunch of electric barriers. What is this whole area? Oh, that's where I am. Okay. I've already made it there. So... Man, there's too much stuff I don't... Can I do anything over here, maybe? Make Brittany go that way. And then we'll go back here. Uh-oh. I am in danger. What are you? I don't like you. I'm scared. I'm gonna die. Here comes. Armored Maudad. It's soft on the inside. Oh, how does that help me? Looks like a dead end here. Be quiet, Brittany. I'm busy. This exoskeleton is made of crystal. Okay, use rock this one. Stop. Leave me alone. Rock. Hello? Where'd it go? I don't know. I don't know where it went. Here it comes. What does that mean? Ah! Hard to pick where you want to throw the Pikmin. There we go. Do I win? Yo, welcome in, Kuroki. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Monty Python strats. Run away! So this was emitting that signal. But what does it mean for the captain's whereabouts? I guess for now we should take this back to the Drake for analysis. It might be of some use to us. Okay. So everybody go... Flaw in the armor, defeat the armored Maudad in story mode. I did it. Log 10 Piclopedia entries. How many people need to carry this? 15. What about this? 10. 20. I need more Pikmin. There's just one over here playing. He's having a great time. Man, the controls, I'm not good with these controls. I'm gonna keep constantly hitting the wrong things. don't think there's much I can do until Brittany gets here. I'd rather the mini-map be locked north and be able to rotate the camera freely. I don't mind the mini-map rotating. It doesn't bother me. The city of Winnipeg is wasted. Maybe I can send Olimar. That's not Olimar. What is his name? Alfie? Alf? I don't know, man. I'll send him here. We're gonna cross paths, I think. Here we go. Take this monstrosity back. Wow, I had just... Oh, okay, I had more than enough. Okay, and we'll send also... Oh, I will never get this right. I'm gonna be hitting the wrong buttons every single time. Okay. I can just kind of take those... Where are you going? I didn't know I could walk through water. I thought that would like harm me as well. Receiving a call. We're receiving a transmission from the Drake! Drake's in the chat for the Drake. Analyzing recovered item. Analysis complete. Data glutton. An ancient communication device used on this planet. Are they on Earth? It contains technology unknown to the Kapai and is emitting a signal even now. If I integrate this device into the Drake's communication system, I should be able to boost our signal strength. Cool. Looks like it's going to be an all-nighter for me. Alright. What else we got? I didn't find any fruit except for the dragon fruit from killing the enemy, but I thought there were more fruits around. Isn't there another one? Nobody grabbed that? Come on, guys. What are you sitting around for? The more Pikmin you put on something, the faster it goes. Oh, so even if it's just like, even if it says 1 out of 1, you can make it, you can put a bunch of on them and then they'll all bring it over faster. Holy, look at this. So if I put like more, it'll just go faster. Nobody else wanted to carry that though. There we go. The onion stopped spitting out seeds. But the Pikmin inside the onion still seem to be increasing in numbers. Apparently, once the number of Pikmin in the field reaches 100, any new Pikmin will stay inside the onion. That means that the maximum of 100 Pikmin can be active outside the onion at any one time. Got it. Understood. How do I do this? Assemble all. You can put up to 40 on it. Wow. Yeah, just in time for the end of the day. That worked out really well, actually. Okay, so... do I have all my Pikmin? Oh, yeah, 100 out of 100. So I just let the day... I let it rock. I can't speed up the end or anything. Well, that was good. That was a good day. Oh, I can end? How do I do that? Oh, end day. There we go. Here we go. Alright, I'm probably going to take a quick bathroom break after the analysis and whatever else happens here. I am liking the game. However, I do find it overwhelming. I don't like delegating tasks in video games to multiple people. I've always found that hard to manage. But I am enjoying the game. Awesome seeing that armored, wormy trilobite thing fly into the backs of the Pikmins. New fruit, yay! Fire breathing feast. I like that. Alright, analyze. You can play this game as slow as you want. That's good news. We got a lot of juice out of this. Just run with one crew of everyone and do stuff. So I don't have to do the whole delegation thing. I mean, it does help get things done, but it overwhelms me. It stresses me out. We've worked hard today, and now it's time for our reward. Ooh. This is great. We actually have a little bit of a juice buffer. Does, but you don't have to. Yeah, that's good news. All right, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break, and then when we come back, we'll do day 4. Day 4. Okay. I don't know if people are familiar with the XKCD 281 online package tracking, but that's me with the Super NT. I don't know it offhand. I may have seen it. I do like XKCD. It's been a while since I've read it, but what is the premise of that? I mean, I'm sure I have an idea. Still in Memphis. Day 3, we recovered the communication device that was inside the armored Maudad. According to Alf, this device contains parts that may expand the Drake's communication range. Never seen him so excited. I'm more than happy to write today's report while Alf examines the device. Sometimes he can be so diligent. So how long? Well, I mean, hopefully it gets to you soon, but it's kind of notorious for analog products. You can now fight the armored Maudad in a defeat bosses mission. Expiration day 4. Distant tundra. Surely that's where the captain is, right? Brilliant, Alf. You expanded the Drake's receiver range. Oh, thanks. They don't call me the keen engineer for nothing. Do they call you that? Nobody calls you that. Here's my answer. Drake range success. Somewhere between LA and the Republic of California and the minty cold tundra of Canada. It'll get there. It'll get there. Hopefully soon. Gecko. I know. The origin of the signal is unclear. Maybe it's the captain. We should investigate at once. Good idea, Alf. Let's do it. Alright. Time to find the captain. Oh, captain, my captain. Next week, like Wednesday or Friday. Yeah, next week won't be too bad, hopefully. Uh-oh. Oh no. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My face. Alfie, are you okay? Oh no. Separated again. Alfie, I said, are you okay? Oh man. Don't tell me we've been separated again. Ow. Sure is dark in here. At least your face broke your fall. Okay, so I've got no Pikmin, and I'm all alone. And this is this where the captain was initially? Okay. Well. Oh. Ooh, yellow Pikmin. Yo, what's up, Phil? Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. How am I liking it? You've never played Pikmin? I've never played Pikmin either. It's fun so far. I'm enjoying it. What are these Pikmin doing? Oh no. Pikmin sprouts? Pika Pikmin. Yellow Pikmin can conduct electricity. They sure can. There they go. The light is so bright. Okay, there's their onion. Is this another onion? I guess they must need light to live. Good pronunciation. Wanny. Yellow Pikmin could be thrown very high up in the air, can they? Go ahead, guys. Go do your thing. These, I don't know if the mushrooms actually do anything or not. Ooh, there's a geyser. Ooh, a hot spring. Go help your buddy. Pick some Pikmin. Cool. Strike! Whee! What do I do about the hot springs? What's that about? Maybe we come back to that. Pretty. Woo! It's good to be outside again. I was getting claustrophobic in that cave. Ah, there we go. We're not that far away. Hey, there's Alf. And the S says Drake. Hello, welcome in. Ubuyashi Inki? I'm very sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Alf, I'm over here. Hope you're doing well today. Ah, Brittany, thank goodness you're okay. Spent the past hour messing around on Twitch. I see you're on the other side of the river. Trying to get things working. Please give me instructions. Got it. Love this area. Yeah, this is my first time ever playing a Pikmin game. This place is absolutely freezing. If we don't move, I'm afraid we're going to die of exposure. Oh no. That is if we don't die of starvation first. This game is so good. So far so good. I'm enjoying it. Hey Brittany, what are those? What are what? Oh, a new type of Pikmin. Got it. Okay. They're yellow and have big ears. Wow, I want a closer look. I have to find a place where I can throw them across to you. Good job, guys. Wiggle L repeatedly to escape. Okay, so I can get caught. What happens here? Oh, okay. We're doing it. And I can throw... Okay, I can throw some Pikmin there. Come on. Yellow Pikmin are good at digging. Okay. Now we know. Alright, you guys come with me. I'm assuming I'll probably just need rock Pikmin for that. I guess they gave up. I feel a warm breeze from in here. Oh, so we need to somehow redirect. Boulder? What's supposed to happen? Let's get some Pikmin over there. There you go. And now you go back to... Where's their little base? There it is. You go back there. And... like a dead end here? Isn't that the... Didn't I send you to the base? It stresses you out. I'm pretty stressed out about the game as a whole. Go, yeah, just go up here. What do you... I don't understand. There we go. I don't know why that was so difficult for you. Okay. So... Can I grab them from here? After a pellet has been harvested, another one will eventually grow in its place. How do I get the little... Oh, they're just down over here. Okay. Come here. The Pikmin are shock resistant. They sure are. Uh-oh. The Pikmin seems to be having problems carrying their load back. I'd better do something. What? What is going on? Why is he spinning? What? Oh, because he want... I thought they would just take it here. Alright, you guys... You do this thing. And in the meanwhile... Yeah, the onions have infused. I forgot about that. Forgot. Music reminds me of Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom when you're in the snowy mountains. I love, like, anything, like, snowy, icy music. They always do such a good job in video games capturing that sort of vibe. What can I do? Is this? And I can also come back here. Oh, did I already pick all the... Did she automatically pick them, I suppose? Let's send her to do something. Never gonna hit the right thing. I guess over here. Pikmin 2 electricity versus Pikmin 3 electricity. I don't know anything about any Pikmin games. Okay, boy, there's so much to do. In Pikmin 2, the electricity would instantly kill all Pikmin that walked into it. This game, it just stuns them. I guess that's a good improvement. Give you some Pikmin. There you go. And the final boss used electricity. Oh gosh. Go over there for right now. What do I do about this? I guess he could throw me. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I need to somehow. I feel like I need to redirect the boulder. And I need my homie. So I need to build a bridge. I need rock Pikmin. Alright, so I need him to throw rock Pikmin to me. We'll get this. We'll get this. Cannot get over these new emotes. They're great. Oh, they're very cute. I like the Daisy one a lot. Okay, oh boy. Okay, so that's broken. Everybody follow me. She's my girl. Let's go. Oh boy. There's just so much to do and think about here. Give you a bunch of rock Pikmin. And there, and then you can do things. I'm not so sure what the hot springs are. Need to charge real quick? Oh, change real quick. No problem. Look at the big brain on me. Go ahead. Come on, go ahead. What are you doing? Go ahead. Whoa! Brilliant, okay. It has a weak point on the back of its shell. Joutsamite? Ooh, okay, it's like midday, I guess. Really, one of you couldn't have grabbed this? Go ahead. No! Oh man. Here you go. Oh, I'm disappointed. Okay, so I guess I need both players for that. What? Where did you come from? Go away. Putting on sweatpants and long sleeves in the summer, what could go wrong? Are you trying to torture yourself? Alright, you know what? We will send her back to this area here. And I will switch over to Alfie, or whatever his name is. Everybody go. Did you know yesterday was the 10th anniversary of this game on Wii U? Is that why you're playing it? Or is it a coincidence? No, I had no idea. Balances out because I don't go outside. I still feel like, that's a bit of torture in the summertime. Yeah, it did work out. Oh, there's rocks in there as well. I need to build a bridge. I hope I'm going the right way. Bearded Amprat. Creep up behind the bearded Amprat to take it by surprise. Yellow Pikmin should have no problem. Oh gosh. Leave me and my family alone. Am I not going the right way? Is this working or not? I don't know what's happening. There we go. Oh, okay, that's the shortcut. No! Leave them alone. They're my babies. I need to find a place that I can build the bridge. Oh, there we go. Finally. Alright, let's grab more. Everybody build the bridge. In the meanwhile, let's see what's going on over here. What's up, future? Guess I need both players for that. What do we got? Is there more? Are there other places that I'm missing here? No. All right. This is tough. Come back. That's fine. But can I not make it across the bridge? Am I still stuck? I don't know what to do. Can I just throw all the Pikmin over there? Here. Just get them in the squad, both people have to complete their halves. I thought I did. Oops. So what about... I'm so confused. What is he doing over there? I guess I'll throw everything. Oh no, I'm running out of time. I don't know what to do. No, get over here. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess he's alone. It's fine. And those Pikmin are safe too. Today we collected no fruit. Oops. Sorry, Brittany, just hang on for one more day. Game doesn't completely beat you up for not finishing a mission. We have enough food to keep us fed for a little while. Okay. We followed the captain's signal into a desolate tundra. Due to poor visibility, I mishandled the ship and, well, I lost control and Brittany was thrown overboard. Searching for her in the blizzard-like conditions won't be easy, but I was able to verify that she's safe. Operation Day 5. You suggest once you get reunited to go back and do some of the old areas? Okay. Interesting. I can't shake the idea that the SS Drake's crash was my fault. Need to talk to the captain, but I'm going to need Brittany's help to track him down. Alright, let's try again. Figure out how to build this bridge. Reunite with Brittany, I'm trying. Oh, it's Brittany. Morning, Alfie. I had to sleep outside last night. The area I camped out in seems safe enough, though. Thing is, I'm getting pretty hungry. Let's find a way to get back together ASAP. I am trying. What happened to all the yellow Pikmin? Oh, she should have them. Okay, so that was pretty pointless. Okay, I need to find where to go next. How do I get up there? How do you get that? Oh wait, that's... Oh, I did not realize that was... Okay, they can't reach that. Oh gosh. That looks like a horrible mess. What is this? What? What does that do? I don't know what these hot springs do. I'm afraid of going over there because I don't know what's going on with the fire. Find that. Right. So I have to find another place to complete the bridge. I need both players for that. I don't see any areas with pieces to complete a bridge. This is confusing. don't know what I'm doing. Can only go so many places here. I don't really understand what's going on. How do I make it there? Whoa, okay. Picking up a signal from over there. It's the captain. Throw Pikmin into a candy pop bud and they will change color. They will. Oh, red is immune to fire. I did forget that actually. Okay. This is not helping me build a bridge, though. I don't know what to do. Jeez. Okay, there we go. No, leave him alone. No, stop going for fruit. Get over here. Kill this thing. Oh my god, so many are just dying here. Stop! Stop! I can't get him to attack this thing. Come on, man. I lost so many. found a snow sculpture in this frozen tundra. It looks like the face of a middle-aged man. One that I know all too well. The more I look at it, the more I think he looks like the president of Tate Freight. Especially that nose. Bring leaders through teammates to places that can't be reached on foot. Yeah, I know. Is this game like Lemmings? What is that? I guess I can't do anything with that. Yay! We did it! We built the bridge. Yes, the bridge is complete. I can finally reunite with Alf. Oh, what are you guys doing? Just having a good time? New fruit recovered. Ah! Don't want to put them in there. Okay. There's a lot going on now. Please. Now I can clean up. Yes. Finally. NES game where you give your lemmings jobs to do, and that's all they will ever do unless you change your job. More lemmings appear in time. Not sure what the goal was. We only rented it. It sounds similar, maybe. Oh, they're trying to go all the way back to there. Okay. Where are you? There you are. Mummies can die walking into pits. Can't think for themselves at all. Alright, there's still a bunch out in the field. Where? Oh, they're just all up there. They're all okay. Can I do anything quickly before the day ends here? Yeah, they all went back to their... I keep forgetting that they want to go back to the other little onion. Originally made for Amiga in 1991. Wow, okay. Interesting. Oh, what is this? What is going on here? I can't tell what this is. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing with it. My Pikmin seem confused as well. I don't know what that is. I can't like move the camera enough to tell. Oh, it's for later. Okay. Just to make sure. Everybody is safe. Let's end the day. Guess we can skip that. We're familiar. Okay, are their ships going to combine now? I think so. Then I've got like fire, rock, and electric. See, how fascinating. That's how the onions evolve. Looks bigger now, doesn't it? New fruit. Velvety Dream Drop. I was so hungry I could have juiced the Drake itself. Good, we still have plenty of juice left. Okay. Finally completed the bridge over to the other shore, and Brittany discovered a type of yellow Pikmin. Besides their big ears, I'm excited to find out what other unique characteristics they may possess. I'll have to observe them closely. Good thing they're so cute to look at. What a day. Day 6. So relieved you're okay, Brittany. It was a close call. I never would have made it without those yellow Pikmin. Those little guys sure are helpful. Our mission is a success. If our mission is a success, we should have a party to thank all of the little Pikmin. Alright. See what else we can do here. Where's the captain? Where indeed? Okay. Well, I guess... actually, no, this is fine. Take like 15. What's up, Jedi? You're doing well, good to see you. Another interesting thing is it was ported to the SNES 67 months before it was ported to the NES. Late games ended up doing that. Okay, so what can we do now? 2 people. That didn't work. Why does that not work? What's happening? What's going on? Oh, where did you come from? Go away. That's fine. Yellow, you take this. Red takes that. Again. Whatever. Fine. It's literally ported to everything you could play. Games on Commodore 64, MS-DOS. What's if it is massive? With a color system. Alright, what do we do here? I don't know what I'm meant to be doing at this point. No Game Boy. What was it called? Lemmings? Yeah, Lemmings. Okay. Oh, here we go, finally. Take you, throw you up there. Give you some Pikmin. Analyzing? What are we analyzing? Receiving a call. We've got an incoming call from the Drake! Commencing analysis of recovered plant. Why does it do this sometimes, but other times it waits until the end of the day? Ultra spicy berry. Large amounts of ultra spicy essence detected. Suitable for consumption by crew members. It's inedible? I thought it said suitable. Did I misread? Maybe we can use it for something else. Let's gather some more and see. Yo, what's up, Nico? Do I enjoy? So far so good. Why are we analyzing more? Stop interrupting me. Incoming transmission from the Drake! Sufficient nectar gathered. On some planets, this nectar is used as a pick-me-up spray. Press Y to use an ultra-spicy spray and invigorate the Pikmin in your squad. Ultra-spicy nectar can also be obtained from sources other than berries. Explorers can collect it directly when they find it. Explorers automatically collect ultra-spicy nectar when they find it. Okay. I don't know what that means, but sounds good. Wonder what will happen if I press Y to apply it to the Pikmin squad. I don't know. Don't know yet. Haven't tried it. Where are they? Where did they come from? Get over here. Oh, there's just more. Are they just like ever growing? All right, well, do your thing, I guess. Get up there. Okie dokie. Why can't I get her up anywhere? I'm not really sure how I'm meant to get any of that stuff. Rabbit, what are you doing? Yo, Jedi, thank you so much for 5 months, man. Really appreciate that. To be able to throw her in a certain spot. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I don't see anywhere to... Yeah, but I wanna grab this though, the little whatever that thing is called there. Hmm. Yeah, I just can't get her up there. Fuck. Okay. Didn't know there was anything to pluck over here. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Alright. Not sure what I'm doing. No, what are you doing? Get back up there. Okay. Alright, well. What is this for? Oh, great. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing.
Pikmin happened to die.
No idea what the heck is going on here. It's leaving now? I don't know what's going on. Pretty nondescript. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do here. These things don't seem to do anything. Okay, that's not helpful. Great. I've got no idea what any of this is. Been in danger. What does that mean?
스쿠크 다이스크 조이 스팝 와이쭈르 스쿠크 다이스크 조이 스팝
Why aren't they coming to me? Everybody safe?
스쿠크 다이스크
What?
조이 스팝
Are they not safe? I don't understand. Pikmin in danger. What does that mean, Pikmin in danger? I don't know, man. I've got everybody, so whatever. End the day. Put up a laptop. Or student D Pickles. I think I'm getting trolled from Denmark. Denmark Pickles. Game scene's dense and heavy. There's a lot. There's a lot to do. I'm very confused by the tasks and such. New fruit. Dapper blob.
Time of night
You got 5 types of fruit. Nicely done. There sure is a wide variety of fruit on this planet. Wonder what else is out there. Keep exploring. Zestabomb. Cupid's grenade. What? Ooh, cherry limeade. Bottoms up. Good to build our juice supply like this. We should be alright for a little while. Right. An ode to Captain Charlie. Oh, Captain Charlie, where could you be? Can you control your appetite? Will you teach me? For many years, I've seen you as a mentor. Oh, Captain Charlie, I really need to work on my rhyming. Great. Alright, Exploration Day 7. Gonna take a break here. And it looks like that's all there is, so I'm gonna take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue with Day 7. Alright, let's get back to it. What's up, Ashley? Hope you're doing well. See ya. Day 7. Figure out what the heck we gotta do here. Yo, what's up, Jade? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Good things just on my lunch. What you got for lunch today, Ashley? I'm hanging in there. Thank you for asking. You know how it is. How's it going, guys? What are we doing today? Wait. We need Pikmin first. Relax. Let's see. This is one of my top 5 favorite games of all time. I have never played a Pikmin game in my life before. This is the first time I'm experiencing one. I've never genuinely I've never really even seen one. What did I have for lunch? I had some veggies and hummus, and then I've got a plant-based protein shake here. What about you, Jade? Oh, you had veggie sushi? Nice, Ashley. Am I a vegetarian? I am, yeah. For how long? About a year now. Before... I'm not sure what to do with this thing here. Before, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a vegetarian, but I ended up getting pretty sick because of it, because I didn't have... I'm also a very, very picky eater, and I didn't have a lot of options. Sorry, I didn't have a lot of options in terms of things like protein and stuff, and it ended up not working out very well for me, so... but nowadays there's a lot more you can do as a vegetarian. There's so many more options available to you. How's it going? It sounds like you growing up. It's going well. I'm doing better for sure than I was when I was a kid. There's just so many so many more options these days than there were back then, where they make things. Why are my Pikmin, like, I can't throw 2 of them for some reason. Whatever. Yeah, they just make a ton more options now than they did back when I first tried. When that was when I was like 11 or 12 years old. Yeah, welcome back. Can I call you Ubu? Is that okay? Oh yeah, I forgot about the charge. I've been a vegetarian for about 8 years. Nice, very nice, Jade. I did it for a week just to try it and never went back. It's a way to go, man. I felt too guilty. Like, I just love animals too much, and it's too difficult for me to, ooh. Fruitful endeavor. What happened? It's just too difficult for me to feel like a hypocrite and eat animals at all. Prior to going vegetarian, the only thing I ever really ate was chicken. I never really ate red meat ever because I never liked it. And, yay. And so I was basically just eating chicken for everything, for protein, and so it didn't really feel like I was giving up much, honestly, which is a good thing. Ubu is fine. You can think of as now that sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog. It sounds so much like you, really? I don't even care what color, honestly. Alright, I'm still trying to figure out how to get up there. We'll see. Don't know what to do here. Ubu uwu. Yeah, Ubu was a television, it's a television reference. Oh, that opened this up, right, okay. Red Pikmin. Yo, Caladius!
I'm almost 2 years old.
Thank you so much for the 19 months, man. I hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. You're having a good one. No fire. No fire for the babies. No fire for the babies. Come here. Okay. Go get that. I can't see much here. Doing well, it's Friday. Glad to hear that, man. Have you ever played a Pikmin game, Caladius? Oh, what is my arm tattoo? It's, the strong light causes it to bloom. It's got Zeus and Apollo, a tiger, and also my cat there. Hope everybody's doing good. Having a nice day today, start to their weekend, hopefully. I'll go grab that. Yellow, come here, you can grab that. 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 What is this? Did I do anything at all? Nothing? Doesn't do anything. But you guys need another one? you go. What do I do here? Pretty sick, all the same artists? Yeah, this tattoo is all one artist. I think all 4 of my tattoos are from all different artists. Well, it's time for potty training. Have a mosquito larva swimming in my balcony bird bath. Played a very small amount of it on the GameCube. I've never played one before. This is my first time really seeing a Pikmin game. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Told I need to change the water daily instead of weekly. How am I enjoying Pikmin? I like it so far. I am a bit confused in certain spaces. I'm not really sure what to do, or I'm bad at delegating. Hello? Where have I gone? Why am I down here? So it's a bit stressful for me in terms of trying to get everybody to do what you want them to do and everything, but it's pretty fun so far. I'm not sure what to do about this thing here. No! No, 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 no. I don't know what's going on here. What are these shiny things? Oh, those are the geysers. Why can't I do anything? Why does it hate me? There we go. Am I good with hints? Yeah, that's fine, honestly. It's probably beneficial. Let's switch to yellow. You guys go take care of that thing. No, I don't like this guy. Go away. I'm afraid to do anything with this, because I don't know how the Pikmin will get back if I throw them over there to get the lemon. Go away. You're mean. Unfortunately, your BRB lined up with most of my lunch, so I have to head back. Try to pop in an alert when I get back. Yeah, no worries, Ashley. No, where'd you come from? Well, whatever. It is what it is. The other ones can deal with the electrical stuff in the cave I was in. That was electrical? That didn't look electrical. I will try again, thank you. Come with me. Oh, you were on a mission, weren't you? Go ahead. Alright. To the cave. So this is electrical? Don't appear to be doing anything. 0 of 10. What? Careful. Have I seen all the Pikmin types? No. I mean, I'm assuming not. Considering I've got 3 and you're asking if I've seen them all, so probably not. Starting to sound like Pokemon. Oh, I don't have the ones for that? So I did what I needed to do in here. Okay. What else is there? There's still that area, like, I don't understand how I'm meant to get up there. I love these little guys. They just go and do their thing. So cute. Like, there doesn't appear to be an area where I can throw one of the players up there. Stupid thing again. I don't really understand how to reach some of these areas. This. Okay. So what does that allow me to do? Pikmin can climb that, but what can I do? Anything? That's you for you guys. No, you're just gonna get attacked. I don't want you to get attacked. No! Give me my baby back. Okay, he's like stuck in the ground now. Man. I don't understand. Come with me, guys. Got that one that's like buried right now. And then do I have it anymore? Where are the other ones? The other one. Oh, that one that won't come over here for some reason. Get over here, dude.
飲むスク大好き上位
Better.
スパ
Okay. I still feel like I haven't made any progress here. New fruit, yay! Citrus lump.
安いよ
Knowing this is waiting at the end of the day makes it all worth it. Only I didn't have to share it with the others. I don't know, I still haven't like found anything out about my captain.
to be you are
Still plenty of juice left. We've been able to juice the fruit on this planet for use as our daily food supply. This has been quite effective in furnishing us with the necessary nutrients, as well as giving us juice smiles. Fruit supply on this planet is so abundant, it seems virtually limitless. We need to collect as much of it as we can, as quickly as we can. Is it boss time? I've got no idea. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of wandering around. Found the typing sounds insanely satisfying. I guess. I don't really... It doesn't affect me one way or the other. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm doing anything here. Keep hitting dead ends. Yeah, where's the captain? I know. I'm trying to find him. There we go. Yo, what's up, Ellie? Lulu. Hope you're doing well, girl. Good to see you. I see you are on a partner push right now. I wish you the best of luck. I'm hanging in there. How about you? Fruit recovered. We did it. Okay. You're with your partner the other week. Had to show you your Instagram clip. Which one? Follow the signal? Oh, signal. With the choo-choo? Oh. Signal. Where's the signal? I love this clip so much. Thanks, Ellie. I got a lot of people like explaining it to me, and I was like, yeah, I know, I get it. You're killing the joke. They're like, yeah, but choo-choo is the kiss sound it makes in Japan. That's how they make the. I'm like, I know. I was making a joke. Just let me live. All right, I don't. Where is the signal? I watch it once a week. Oh, there it is. Jeez, all the way down here. How the heck do I get there? It's my dopamine. I like the one that I put out last week. Did you see when I was playing the password game? Here comes the kiss. Choo-choo. Alright, how the heck do I make it over here? What is this area here? Gotta go through here. I need to watch that. So I put out 3 like every weekend. That trail is from when I started. When I started this area, or when I started the game. Yeah, I put out like 3 every week. There should be 3 that are like always on my profile. Those are the 3 that I do weekly. So I do like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, when I started the game, so I'm not even in like the right area. Another one is a minute long. Yeah, I put out, yeah, every weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then I put those as the new ones on my Instagram profile. Jeez. I don't know what to do, man. I'm stressed. Oh. Oh, shoot. I don't have any rock Pikmin with me. Desiccated skitter leaf? If it senses someone approaching, it will disguise itself as a leaf. Okay. Great. I need... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I need... lots of Pikmin. Hi, Ellie. This way? This way. Why is this so confusing, man? By the way, I was digging your ponytail yesterday. Just so you know, I'm a fan. Gosh. Oh, you're welcome. No, no fire. Digging your ponytail. Alright. I never wear my hair in a ponytail. If I put it up, it's usually in a bun. The joke works better in German. I'm curious. Horsecock? Really? Sometimes I'm convinced that German's not a real language. Amazing. It's not. It's impossible to learn. I have such a hard time with German. Anti-baby pill instead of... No, it's not. Is it really? Are you messing with me? Oh, man. We definitely don't take it seriously. Oh, it's so funny. Google it. I'm not certain that I want that in my search history. Someone was here earlier. Oh, okay. Did I win? Am I winning? Can't tell what's going on. Feels like there's something in here. What's happening? Uh-oh, that doesn't look good. I see a giant shadow. The signal is moving around. Okay, great. So I need... There we go. Oh, what is this? Munga, 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 munga. I don't like it. What's going on here? The cop pad radar detected signs of life, but that doesn't look like the captain. I mean, not unless he's really let himself go. Okay. Wonderful. What is the... Oh, that's just it. Oh, I see. Reds. Go get some fruit. Oh, those are... Okay. One by one. Right. Behemoth Fosbat hates the light. Me too, man. Can relate. The captain, alright? I'd better check the radar. Take refuge in brightly lit areas. Check the radar, eh? Did I win? Am I winning? I don't know what she's saying. It just kept changing. I don't... What is it aiming at? What is this? Expect me to see that? Come here. Go to the light. Hmm? I'm not sure how to, like, coax it out. I mean, I see it, obviously, but I can't do much with it. Oh. Oh. I did not see this here. Okay. Yeah, what is that exactly? That's my question. I'm not sure how you, like, coax it into the light. It just kind of happens. Mostly lurking today. Still up to here. Was still here up to this point. About to start my vacation now. See you in 4 weeks at the worst. Mega, have a wonderful vacation. Take care, buddy. And stay safe. Hopefully we'll chat soon. I'll miss you, bud. Alright, is that not complete yet? That's not... I thought I got every... Yeah, I did. I got all the pieces. Great. So there's more pieces elsewhere. Yeah, of course, Mega. You good, man. Have a great time. What did she say? We've got an opening. What? Oh. Yeah, I am. Relax. I don't understand how it goes into the light. Like, sometimes it's visible and other times it's not. The day's gonna end and I'm not gonna be able to complete this. Change. Okay. Well. Great. What is going on? I don't get this. Like, why doesn't he change? Oh, I made a shortcut. Okay, do I have everybody? Yeah, I think the only other one is the one that's buried still. Alright, I guess that's good. New fruit! Guys, delicacy. Dark pustules. Great. You got 10 types of fruit. Nicely done. Having analyzed several different types of fruit, we are now able to triangulate fruity position. Now use our radar to locate fruit. Nice. Display the location of fruit even in areas you haven't explored. Nice. GG. Such like an unbelievable amount of stuff to be thinking about every time. We were hot on the trail of the captain's signal when we encountered a second monstrous creature. It was too dark to get a good look at it, but might this creature hold a clue to the captain's whereabouts? Maybe. Wish I had a fruit supply? Yeah, that would be That'd be handy and nice. Expiration day 9. I guess try again with the giant moth thing. Defeat the venomous Phosphate. Oh no, the behemoth. Okay. Take like 25 of each. Alright, where was it? It's over here. Hey, what's up, Shorster? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Pikmin's your favorite. I've never played a Pikmin game, and I have never actually really seen one either. This is a first for me. Yo, Bracky. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Hope you're doing well today. You had a good stream. Yo, welcome in, Broken Demo Disc. I like that name. Hope you're doing well today. What's up, Carino? What's up, Bracky? Thank you for the good luck. Hope you guys are doing good. Everybody's broken. Welcome in, Broken... Is it Broken Dragon AI? We have Broken Demo Disc and Broken Dragon AI. What's up, guys? What were you up to today, Bracky? Broken social scene. I'm hanging in there, Karina. Thank you for asking. How's Pikmin 3? So far, so good. I'm a bit overwhelmed, but I've never played a Pikmin game before, so I'm a bit confused on like what I'm meant to be doing. Just noticed that. I saw a French player playing Pikmin 2 earlier. Yeah, this is my first time really ever seeing a Pikmin game before, so it's all brand new to me. Got all kinds of stuff going on here. My hand hurts because I played too much, but it was a lot of fun. What did you play today? You have an incredible beard. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I grew it myself, you know? I don't know what I'm doing. In the glasses, you look like quite a character. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. Thank you. You doing some Mario? What were you, what specifically? Like, what hack were you playing? Promise the best beard in the game. Thanks, Bracky. I appreciate it. It really helps the stream. Boy, I'm like so panicked. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm very sorry if anybody's a Pikmin fan and they're watching this. Like, what is he doing? Well, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I did fix the bridge. What a gamer. Am I winning? I think I'm winning. Brittany, go! I finished a run back of the team shell hack. I did, okay. And then, some new comfy, not sure if they tell you anything. Well, I'm glad you had fun, despite your hand hurting. Pikmin is too much for my tiny brain. Dude, I'm so overwhelmed by this game. There's like so much going on at any given time. Did I win? I won! I think I got him. Part of the Pikmin loop is being panicked, running out of time, then learning what you were supposed to do, then going back on another playthrough and optimizing your run. Gotcha. I don't think I would like this game. Had enough trouble with Team Buddies a week or so ago. I've not heard of that one. Team Buddies. Hey, it's the captain. It's great to see you, Elf. I'm unharmed, but I must apologize for my stench. Oh, by the way, if anybody's new to this stream, my name's Mitri. You can call me Meech. I do speedrunning most days of the week. I'm working on Mega Man 2 for Game Boy right now, which I just recently got a sub 19 in, and I'm currently in 7th place. So I'll be working on that. And I do Triforce Tuesdays. I play Zelda every Tuesday. I'm currently working to 100% every Zelda game. Exclamation TT in the chat if you want to see a spreadsheet. I've got all kinds of fun stuff with that. So, and then on Fridays I do Casual Friday. So, right now I'm working on Pikmin for the first time in my life. So if anybody's interested, that's what I'm all about. Yo, thanks so much, Bracky. I appreciate that. Yeah, exclamation YT if you want to see the YouTube. I appreciate you guys watching, leaving likes, whatever, it helps. Similar in that you got to make buddies and delegate to help you complete missions. The delegation, I think, is like the hardest part. Nobody's heard of it. It was for PlayStation 99. I only found out it existed because a streamer I watch speedruns it. Interesting. You gotta make... I'm unharmed, but I must apologize for my stench. The inside of a monster's belly is no flower garden. Until I have a chance to clean up, just breathe through your mouths. Now, I'm sure you dropped everything to find me first, so I'll leave... I didn't hit anything. I wasn't done reading. I didn't hit anything. Relax. Sorry, sir, we found the ship first, but I'm afraid to say the cosmic drive key is lost on PNF 404. It's gone? But without that, we're stranded here. We'll be doomed. And Kopai will starve. Kopai? I don't know how it's pronounced. Arguably the best soundtrack for a game ever made. No kidding. I'll have to check that out. Wait a second, I found a data file in the belly of that beast. I thought it was just some old junk data at the time, but maybe not. Read it for yourselves. Maybe I should be giving these people distinct voices. Journal entry number 5. Excuse me, I found a key today. It says something about a cosmic drive on it. I doubt it's worth much, but it'll be a nice souvenir for my son if I ever get back to Hokotate. So, my search for treasure continues. I'll stop at nothing to find the ultimate prize. I just know there's gold on this planet somewhere. Gold, Jerry, gold. You see, this Olimar fellow filed this report only recently. That key is our cosmic drive key. Do you know what that means? He must have landed on PNF 404 shortly before we did. We must find him somewhere on this planet, or be stranded here forever. Great, so now I've got 3 homies. Help out. Everybody take that thing back. Looks like there's a fruit over there. You make buddy, there's a way you make weapons using crate stacking. It's a little weird like that. Should all be members of the Hill family. Ah! Is this the Switch version? Yes. Yes, it is. Apparently this is a good decision because they made a lot of quality of life improvements. I know nothing about Pikmin, so I'm being told everything by everybody else, so... Yo, thanks so much for the follow. Yo, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Can you still send them autonomously via the map? Yes. I just don't know what I'm doing, so I'm like, I'm too frazzled to do that, but yes, you can. That was your favorite part with the Wii U version. Alright, speaking of the map, let's take a look here. What is all this? Interesting. Probably low-key one of my favorite games. I am enjoying it. I am. It's just, I do feel overwhelmed by it. What are these giant... Oh, those are like the mushroom platform things. And the shiny things are the light bulbs that we undid. Okay. Looks like there's an enemy over there. Those are the geysers. What is that star? Oh, that's where I can't get yet. Right. I wouldn't stress too hard. I'm always stressed. You know? Just explore and figure stuff out as you go. You'll have to revisit some areas later. Yeah, luckily somebody... shout-outs to Vincent, who actually sent me this game. He was kind enough to donate it so that we could play it on stream. So very, very, very appreciative. Super, super kind. I just don't... I'm not really sure what's next to do. What have we got? Let's go up here. If you want to see me fail at Team Buddies, you can check my VODs from last week. I will. I think I'll do that, and I'll listen to the soundtrack as well. So I don't know how to... I still don't know how to grab that. There hasn't been like a place where I can jump up there. Gosh. We've got so many Pikmin to pluck. Last Wednesday's VOD in particular. Alright, now what? So much to do. Alright, let's see if I know what the heck is going on here, because I could not figure this out. Like, it doesn't do anything. And then this guy comes and he just shakes all the little guys off. Am I winning? I have no idea. No. Oh no, I lost one. Daddy Longlegs have creepy Japanese ghost girl hair. I guess I'm doing this right? I don't know. It's taking damage. Get out of the water. Get out of the water. Did I win? Holy! All I did was just spam a bunch of Pikmin. Have you figured out what's happening yet? No. No, I haven't. Everybody take the fruit. Up, 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 up. Oh, it also turns into an Animal Crossing stream. I haven't streamed Animal Crossing. I don't know that I ever will again. I haven't done that in a long time. Did I win? Like, what? Now what? I don't know what to do. Find the cosmic drive key. Easier said than done. Grabbing whatever fruit you can find is a good call. I'm afraid of this one because there's water and I don't know how the Pikmin are going to make it back. So I've not touched the lemon yet. So I don't really know what to do with it. If you've completed your tasks and can't get other stuff, you can always end the day. How can I get up there? Like the Pikmin could go up there, but how do I get up there? Oh, did I find a recorder? Is that a recorder? This thing looks so familiar. I need to get back to the Drake so I can analyze it. Drake's in the chat. Are you all missing? There you go. Okay. Now, get back here, guys. I don't know how I can get up to here. There's a few places where I'm very confused, like over there, I don't know how to get up to. Over there, I don't know how to get up to. I don't know if I'm meant to just come back, analyzing.
Drake chop.
You're receiving a transmission from the Drake! Analyzing recovered item. Dodge whistle? This is an optional part that adds a dodging feature to a regular whistle. I wonder if these are the same optional extras I saw in that spacesuit shop on Kopai. Kopai? It even has an instruction manual with it. Save it to the exploration notes. Okay. Press left or right to roll and dodge. Cool! I bet this will get me out of more than a few tight spots. Oh, look at that. Whee! Evasive action! Right. How do I get the grapes? More grapes. No, be careful. Oh, I should be able to throw Brittany and Captain. And then they just kind of fall. Oh, there we go. Now they're going that way. Okay. I can't throw the some of the Pikmin or the... Aw, get back here. Or the, I don't know, player characters. I can't seem to throw them high enough. Yeah, they told me that the yellow ones are able to be thrown high. But I don't know how to make it to a lot of the other places. Missing just one. I can tell you, but I'll let you figure it out. I'm assuming I'm just gonna have to leave it and come back later. That's my assumption. How am I missing? Oh, it is just the one? Why won't he come back? Get back here. There he comes. He wanted to get more fruit. Don't leave. Get back here. Alright. That day felt a little more productive. New fruit, yay! Heroine's Tear. Stellar Extrusion. Citrus Lump. Dawn Pustules. We got a lot of juice. Until we find Olimar and get our key from him, the 3 of us will be stuck on PNF 404. It's more important than ever for us to find food. I feel like I found a lot of food. It's good to build our juice supply like this. Should be alright for a little while. Cool. Thanks to the yellow Pikmin, we were able to defeat the behemoth boss bat. And much to everyone's surprise, we found our captain inside the beast. Wow! And can you believe our luck? We found a data file from someone named Olimar, who has our cosmic drive key. But where in the world is this Olimar? Where? We need that key. Edible captain. Olimar's assignment is now unlocked in the side stories. Wonderful. Good for Olimar. Inspiration Day 10. Oh, look at the rubber ducky. Captain, we're so relieved to see that you're okay. Well, I have my faithful crew to thank for that, so thank you. I actually mistook that strange creature for you. You two have some very similar features, do you know that? To be honest, while trapped in the belly of that vile beast, I thought of only one face, Brittany. My own. Well, we'll never escape PNF 404 until we locate this treasure-obsessed Olimar fellow. He's got our cosmic drive key. Don't forget why we're here, to search for fruit for our planet. For us too, or else we'll starve. What's that signal coming from over there? Signal like that? If it's not coming from our ship or one of us, maybe it's Olimar. The transmitter that strong. It must be planetary explorers like us. It must be the Pocotation. And where we find Olimar, that's where we'll find our cosmic drive key. Let's track the signal to its source. Olimar's assignment is now available. Great. Okay. Two assignment, I guess. Yeah. Wait, why is it a side story? I thought this is not part of the main story. Hang on, I'm confused. Is this not part of the main story? Why is this? I think that's new. Oh boy, I'm confused. Hang on. Expiration date 10. Thought we were meant to find. Oh, I'm so confused. Right. don't know. It wants me to go there. Why is it called... No, I don't want to redo another day's expedition. Why is it called a side story? I guess. I don't know. I guess this is progressing. I have no idea. Just because a treasure is buried or hard to spot doesn't mean I won't expect you to grab those. Okay. I don't understand what's going on now. Lamar's expedition log, garden survey. This is Olimar, captain of the SS Dolphin. I've been to this planet twice before already. Okatate Freight is drowning in debt. I'm not saying it's our company's president's fault. Oh, okay. We're in search of treasure to pay off that debt. Okay. Olimar's a protagonist from the first two games. Yeah, I just don't understand like what it's talking about a side story, but I need to do that to progress. Know from experience that the local wildlife won't make this job easy. Oh, that's all he had to say. Brilliant. Collect fruits and nuggets. Time limit 9 minutes. Keep an eye out for hidden or buried fruits. Collect them all. I don't know what's going on, man. What? I think the side story is a bonus for the Switch edition. Tell you what Olimar is doing while the trio is doing their stuff. But if it seems like it's required, which is why I'm very confused by this. Why is it called a side story if it's all required? What is this guy doing? I don't... What is happening? I'm so confused. Why are they just floating there? What is going on, man? I need rock Pikmin for this? Okay. Hey, Tom. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Doing well today. Oh my gosh, there's so much. How the heck do I get them back? Get back here. Hey, what's up, Nate? How's it going? You're doing good. Alright, I don't know how I'm doing. Am I winning? We'll never know. I'm hanging in there, Nate. Thank you for asking. Never got into Pikmin. How am I liking it? I never did either. This is the first time I've ever played or really ever seen a Pikmin game. I'm enjoying it. I think it's pretty good. I'm very confused by a lot of it, but it's still pretty fun. I don't know how I did. I don't know what I'm doing right now, honestly. This is all very confusing. Did I win? I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff over here that I missed. I'm confused by it. It is very overwhelming, but still pretty fun nonetheless. I don't know. I don't know what this mode that I'm doing right now is. It's like a required side thing. I really don't understand what's happening. Is that good? Do I win? I got gold? Yay. Your performance today was nothing short of inspiring. This gold medal is all yours, General. Thanks. I guess. GG? Yeah, GG? Thanks. It's been a while since my last treasure hunting expedition, but I found a few choice artifacts. Good to know I haven't lost my touch. The raiders detected something juicy, so we'll investigate that tomorrow. I hope it's something valuable enough that we can finish the mission early. Gulch. I don't know what happened. I don't understand how that's part of the story. Why am I still doing this? What does this have to do with the regular story? I'm so confused. Can't I go back to the story? Why am I doing this? Introducing new types of Pikmin. Blue Pikmin at home. In the water, these Pikmin can swim safely without drowning. I guess I'll start day 2. I don't know what's happening. What happened to the regular story? Field survey. This is Olimar, captain of the SS Dolphin. Yeah, we talked about this. What is the point of this? Why am I doing this? Oh man. Don't let the wild creatures pass by unnoticed. They may be hiding some fruit. Wonderful. All the whistling so demanding. It is very hectic, to say the least. I am very unsure of what I'm currently doing, genuinely. What am I supposed to be doing here? I was, right before you arrived, I was doing some main story stuff. That's what it's been up until this point, so I don't really understand what's happening now. Go away. And go find Pikmin for me. Am I winning? I don't, is this good? Game has a lot of chaos going on. It was weirdly less chaotic before. I still don't know what's going on. I don't know why I'm doing all this. Seems very unnecessary. Did I win? Am I winning? What is happening? Am I good at this game? I suppose I'm doing something correct. I don't know. I can't even keep up with like what the notifications and stuff are. Okay, that works. Hey, what's up, Caddy? Right now I have no idea what I'm doing. Oh, go away. I think I'm doing something good, but I've got literally no idea. Am I winning? Does anybody know what I'm doing? Oh, where's even my other character? Why are you guys just standing here? Oh well. There we go, saved him. No idea what's going on, me neither. Alright, Caddy. What do I do with this massive army of Pikmin? 1 minute left. Look at the fruit. Look at the fruit. Go get the fruit. I don't know what to do, man. I don't get this. Can't see the hype of this series. This in particular is weird, and I still don't understand why I'm doing this right now, because I was doing like an actual story thing, and now that's just done for no reason. Um... I don't know. I won. How do I get back to the story? Gold! Performance today was nothing short of inspiring. This gold medal is all yours, General. Cool, but like... How do I... We found a key, but we haven't seen anything it might unlock. Hoping to pick up a small souvenir for my son, and this may be the thing. Although Louis doesn't say much around me, I've spotted him muttering to himself when he thinks no one is around him anyways. He's even more of a mystery than the Pikmin. Do you have to do them now, or are they optional? The story was inside you all along. I don't know, Shorster. I tried to go back to the story, and it was like, no. So I'm very, very confused by this. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing at this point. Return to the story. And when the last time I did that, I just repeated everything. It was like, do you want to go back? Like, I don't know what I'm meant to be. Can't I just progress? Because they just repeat. I've already read all this. Been analyzing the data files that we found. Based on them, seems that it's likely that the whatever picked up our cosmic drive key. All the pieces seem to fit. I'm worried about our food. What if it gets stolen? Pretty raises a good point. If we're collecting food, let's keep an eye out for the Hokotation. Absolutely. Can I just land? Oh, here we go. Okay. Maybe this is it? Ah, there we go. Find the cosmic drive. Seems that the signal originated from this area. That treasure hunting Olimar must be here somewhere. You know, this is the first place I landed. This is the first place I landed on this planet? That could have been phrased a little better. Was he really here with our key this whole time? Plenty of time for nostalgia later. Let's track down that signal, and don't pass up any fruit we see on the way. Don't tell me what to do. Well, I didn't force myself to do anything. The game was like, yeah, you should do side missions. The game is flawless. User error. I may be biased. Not that far across, but what? But what? You want to finish that, or? No, what? What is this? What is happening? I don't want this. Pikmin got a real boost there. Ultra spicy essence seems to make them more aggressive. Great. Use ultra spicy nectar to invigorate Pikmin and boost their attack power. Cool, because that's absolutely what I wanted to do. Throw your teammates to have them automatically pluck sprouts. Okay. Yes, I know. Did none of them go and get that fruit? What the heck? Why did nobody get the fruit? Oh, are they dying? Oh, shoot. Okay. So I need to find blue Pikmin. What's going on over there? I found a mysterious rock. It doesn't appear to be edible, but it could come in useful. I'll keep the Pikmin carrying it separate from the others and press L and R to select it. What? Oh. Okay. You say so. Come on, this game's so weird. Oh, they're just like mining the... Okay. All Pikmin can carry bombs. Useful information. Where are they going? What is going on? Picking up a strong signal, but we can't seem to actually reach it. If we had a third party, we might be able to, but I just got an out-of-office message from the boss. He probably doesn't get much reception at the beach. Kind of on a beach too, but it's not quite the same. Captain Olimar. Okay. Split into 3 squads and manage your workload even more efficiently. Yeah, all that does is stress me out. Great. Awesome. Yeah, that worked fantastic. Love to see it. Why aren't you helping? Why are they just killing themselves? What is happening, dude? Oh, this is such a disaster. What is going on? Oh my gosh. How annoying. Unbelievable. I don't have... Where are the rest? How are my Pikmin even dying? I don't understand this game. How am I just like stranded here? Alright, Nate. Thank you for stopping by. Hopefully work goes well for you. Of course, I need another person. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you soon, man. Have a nice weekend. Oh, I can't quite place where I've seen this before. I should get back to the Drake for a thorough analysis. Okay. Please so. No, stay there. It's been so long. I hope my son and daughter back on Hokotate haven't forgotten about their father. Once my work here is done, I'm taking an extended holiday so we can take a spacecation. We might not have the budget to go far, but that's okay as long as we're together. Fantastic. Welcome in, the Night Wolf. There's a different vibe from what I just came from, but I'm down for something more chill. Hope you're doing well. What did you just come from? A Bulborb's eyeballs are its weakest point. Okay, good to know. Oh, Elden Ring? Nice. I have never played Elden Ring before. I've never played Pikmin before either. Hope you're doing well today. Analyzing. What are we analyzing? Message from the Drake. You love the Drake. Analyzing recovered item. Analysis complete. Metal suit Z. Undergarment increases the spacesuit's durability. Seen this kind of item for sale before. Wow, there's even a manual with it. We should make a note of this in the exploration notes. Increases the durability of my spacesuit. I didn't realize my spacesuit had any durability at all. Put this on, my spacesuit will be a bit more durable. Great. Oh, hurry up. Always doing well. I'm glad to hear that. I envy you. Okay, let's see. Get everybody back. We're losing Pikmin someone? What do you mean? What do you... Stop saying that! What do you mean? You can't just keep saying it. Crazy game. What do you mean? They're all okay. You just told me we were losing Pikmin everywhere. Which one is it? 84 of 84. Okay. You actually are fine. Thank you, Caddy. Alright, I guess we're good. Good to go. When do I find blue Pikmin? Can't wait to taste the new fruit. Lesser Mock Bottom. Pocket Airhead? We got 15 types of fruit. Nicely done. We've managed to secure quite a bit of fruit on this planet. But if we're going to save Kopai, we're going to need even more. Bottom is up. We returned to the site of my original crash landing. Something here is sending out an electronic signal. Was it there earlier? It seems this signal is somehow connected to the Hoko location. We picked up our cosmic drive key. It's going to take a team effort to track this thing down. Saving our planet is turning out to be more difficult than I thought it would be. You and me both. You and me both. Expiration day 11. Follow the mystery signal. Alright, what do we got? Only 19 juice left? That's what it said. I missed that. Wait, where was the signal? I saw the signal before. Where did it go? Oh my goodness. What are all these star icons? I have no idea what these stars are for. What is this? Hi. How am I losing Pikmin? I don't know what's going on. As usual, I don't understand. Can't get up here, even if I... Oh, there we go. Okay, I don't need to be up here. I don't know, man. water? No. Heck am I? Back at the beginning? What? Oh my gosh, I'm so confused. Okay, where do I need to go then? The signal is this way? This is where I came from, though. What? I wish this game made more sense. What? The signal is my ship? I'm so confused. Now, wait, now the signal's over there. Where does the signal keep... I'm so confused by this. The signal just keeps moving. Wants me to go... Is that where it wants me to go? How the heck do I get there?
Push it. Die. Whoa, go away.
don't like you. What's this? Oh. Oh, geez. Okay, I see. Great. It's gonna be fun. Yeah, you can climb up. I don't know where the other one is, though. I've no idea where the other one is. Ooh, find signal. Oh boy. Doesn't look like good news. That must be the source of the signal. But we thought it was Olimar transmitting from here. We'll have to find him. At least we can scavenge that thing to expand the Drake's scanning range. Thought this was going to be a fight here. Sand. Oh gosh. I think I was correct. Sand belching mere slug. If they start getting sucked in, call them with the whistle to save them. Great. Up there. When it shows its face, attack it with Pikmin. Use the bomb rocks when it starts inhaling. There we go. Alright. Another one over there. Okay, are we ready for this? Hopefully this is not a disaster here. Just like Zelda. That inhaling? I have no idea. What was it doing? Got no idea what to do here. There we go. going on? Are the bombs already? The bombs are already gone. I don't even know where they went. Can you pluck the Pikmin out? This is crazy. Well, I'm doing all I can. I don't know what else you want from me. Nice. Why are they not moving anywhere? I am trying. We're receiving a transmission from the Drake. Analyzing recovered item. Analysis complete. Communication device, once used on this planet. Signal strength is very powerful. It contains technology unknown to Kopai. Transmitter is fully intact. If I can incorporate some of this technology into the Drake's communication system, we may be able to boost our signal strength even more. Oh boy, another all-nighter. I'm trying. Start taking them. Is that all I've got? Ooh. 5-1. Okay. Is Drake the character? Drake is the ship. Hopefully we all make it back in time. I'm not certain that we will. Where are you going? Get back here. Oh no, there's no way we make it back. Oh no. Hee, new fruit, yes. Delectable bouquet. Am I finding the game fun? Fun, but stressful. Worked hard today. Now it's time for our reward. Good to build a juice supply, yes, yes. Oh, you keep telling me that. We showed that beastly Mirror Slug who was boss and retrieved the communication device without incident. Alpha's working on incorporating the device's transmitter into the Drake's communication system. Creatures on this planet will eat anything with gluttons. I'm glad we Popaites aren't like that. Yeah, it's a bit stressful. You can now fight the belching Mirror Slug in a defeat boss's mission. I am not going to do that, but thank you. Expiration date 12. Twilight River. Thanks to that technology we found, we've been able to expand the Drake's scanning range even more. So, another signal? I thought that last signal was coming from Olimar. We have to follow it. It's our only clue to his location and that of our cosmic drive key. I feel like we're on a wild goose chase, or worse. What if this Olimar isn't what he seems? Don't worry, Brittany. If anything happens, you have both Alf and me here to protect you. Why doesn't that comfort me? Alright then, let's get going. The hunt for Olimar continues. Yeah, but I feel like I missed a lot in, here. I wonder if... I guess I'll see whether or not everything remains, you know, like the body of the boss that we just defeated, and all the fruit and everything. I don't know how that works. You miss the day cycle. Oh yeah, it looks like at least the fruit. I don't know about the body, but the fruit at least stays, it seems. I'll collect that. Oh, okay, gotta go this way. Can't I select anything? Can't put more than 30 on a... Can you throw me out to my car like a Pikmin? I'm too lazy to walk. Thanks, Health. Be safe. You have a nice weekend. Pikmin here. what to do with these walls. Okay, I guess I got all that finished. Not quite sure what else to do in this area. Everything else seems to be like in the water. There's that thing. Oh, I'm in over there. But I don't know where the other part of that is. No, that's that. That's no good. Let's go to the lemon, I guess. All Pikmin can dig holes. Fantastic. I have no idea where the other end of that is. Oh, I can't reach that from there. Great. Okay. N? Oh, what do we got here? I could finish this bridge. Yeah, what if you can finish that bridge? Can I throw one of my partners across? Oh, cool. He just kind of floats there. Another boss battle. Oh my gosh, not you again. Shaggy Longlegs. Attack its joints. Just strip its hair. You've got a chance to do some real damage once it's bare. Oh god. Is this Banjo-Kazooie again? What do you mean things aren't looking good? What do you mean you're under attack? What is going on? Aren't we all beating the crap out of this thing? Yo, what's up, Ichi? Pikmin is, interesting. Have you played Pikmin before? This is my first ever experience with Pikmin. Oh, okay, I see. Let's see. You played the first one back when it came out. Did you like it? I've heard that one's pretty hard. I remember liking it. Don't think I beat it though. It's pretty, for me it's pretty stressful. Can't reach? What? No, go back. Okay. What? Where even are you? I don't even know where you are. There we go. I'm smart. Let me stay here for a moment. Gaming. you doing? Get over here. Peckish Aristocrab. Its claws made of crystal. Fantastic. Oh, it's over there. How would you take... Oh gosh! Alright, well, never mind. I thought it was going to attack me. You coming after me or what? No, don't kill my babies. Sure. Alright, well. Don't feel like messing around with that. That way. Why are you guys jumping in the water? Don't do that. Come over here. One more, where are you? Where's the single Pikmin? I don't see one. Is it lying to me? I don't see a dot anywhere. Oh, there it comes. Yay. Come on. We've got lots of new fruit. Crimson Banquet. Disguised delicacy. Nice. We got a lot of juice. Doing good. Today is day 12 of our mission. We've gathered 25 pieces of fruit. This planet boasts a stunning variety of fruits, each one more delicious than the last. Some types are tart enough to pucker your face inside out, while others are sweet enough to pop your eyeballs right out of your head. These are highly unscientific descriptions of tastiness. Alright, I think that's where we're going to leave it off for this week. So that was interesting and kind of fun, but pretty stressful as well, trying to make everything work and get it done on time. But it's an interesting game. So thank you, Vincent, for once again for sending this over. Truly appreciate that. And I think we're going to end it there. I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever they may be, of course. I will be back next week with more speedrunning and Zelda and probably Pikmin again for Casual Friday. Thank you, Ichi. Take care. Enjoy your weekend as well. Hope everybody has a nice weekend, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye.